Hello. Hi, Malik. What version of Zig are you using for Super HTML? Right now, 0.15 dev, 14.13. But what I'm working on right now, it's not being pushed. So if you're asking about how to compile like the head commit of Super HTML right now, this might be it, but I'm not 100% sure. My suggestion would be for now to use a released version of Super HTML. You can find the releases on GitHub. As soon as I'm done with this work, I will push, but 6 out of 115 elements. So we're getting there. It just takes a moment. So that so this is going to be interesting because now, so what am I doing? I'm working on suggesting auto-completions. Like it's the suggest drop-down menu for the content of an audio element. Audio wants, what is it? It's transparent. So it's fine with anything inside, but we need to grab from the parent. Well, in our case, we just need to grab from the runtime model what it is that we accept. But then there's a couple extra rules about source and track. So yeah, we need to think about that. Also, we don't have the offset. This might be an opportunity for us to get the offset. What's the strategy for dealing with the user edits? Do you rerun everything or do you have some kind of query system? What type of user edits are we talking about? Like, are you asking what happens when the user edits the document? Or if somebody is editing as they're seeing, like, is your question, I guess, generic, or is it scoped to suggesting auto-completions? Because when you suggest auto-completions, then the user could start typing, and that usually narrows down the search, just in general. Okay. So the answer is that right now, I reparse the entire document. every time you change something, I do the whole work from scratch. The funny thing is that if you write it efficiently and you use a lower level programming language, you can pull that off for huge documents, and you still are going to be able to parse it in like milliseconds, like less than 10 milliseconds. You will be able to reparse everything every single time. Eventually, it would be nice maybe to have some kind of delta partial rebuild, but one thing that you learn once you start doing lower level programming is that you don't need that as much, not even remotely as much as you would think if you're only used to higher level programming languages. There's the threshold over which it's totally worth doing deltas versus redoing all the work from scratch is kind of high. Or rather, the point is that when you're using, let's say, only Python or JavaScript or something like that, everything that you do is at this level of inefficiency. So deltas become very important for you. But when you do lower level programming, your level of inefficiency, in a sense, is so low. Like the time that it takes you to do all the work from scratch is so low that even just computing the diff is a comparable amount of work than just doing everything from scratch again, because computing a diff comes with its own set of costs. When like diffing strings is obvious, but in this case, then your diff of a string needs to turn into a diff of a AST and a diff on a set of errors, and you need to make sure that your diffing is functionally equivalent to doing everything from scratch, and it's not easy. There's a lot of complexity there. So my point is that it's a technique that it's worth doing, but it's nowhere near as important as people might think, generally speaking. So right now, every time you type something, we redo the work from scratch, but we're pretty fast at it. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we want also to know where the cursor offset is. So here's what I want to implement. I want to implement suggestions that basically, instead, we don't look at all the children that this node has. We only look at the children up to where the cursor is, so that we can give suggestions based on that. Or rather, sorry, we cannot do it in two ways. I'll get to that once we wire everything in. You know what? Let's do a first silly version. Okay, first a silly version, and then we take it from there. So a silly version would be like this. Switch state. So this is a silly way of doing it. And actually, this is super silly even because, no, not this one. So here's how it would be actually in practice. It would be like this. Okay. Let's make sure that everything works, and then we take it from there. Okay, I don't know if this is wired in, so well, let's see. Fair enough, especially for a markup language. Have you looked into robust approaches for doing this incrementally? No, I haven't. I haven't because my because there's just no way of doing this, or rather, there is no generic robust approach for doing this work incrementally. Yes, there are categories of parsers that are good at doing this kind of work. generally speaking. Like three-seater does that. But for example, three-seater is unable to represent the actual HTML grammar correctly. And this is before applying all the extra validation for nesting rules that I'm looking at right now. So it would have to be ad hoc for HTML, no matter what. None of these, maybe there's some general idea that could be reapplied also in this case in one form or another, sure. But there is like just no one-stop shop for getting this done. Which is why we have shit tooling for HTML, by the way. There's a reason why everything is messed up. And it's because HTML is nasty. Like, it's truly nasty. And nobody wants to do it. Okay, let's see if we have... Okay, so now I have my silly autocompletion. And if I select track, then it only suggests more tracks. And then if div, then it only suggests... Oh, well, we need to close the div. And then it only suggests divs. I mean, this is kind of silly. But this is done because you cannot put tracks. Like, you have all sources first, then all tracks, and then all divs. And if you have source... And then if you have source specified, you can't have the src attribute, you can't have source elements. So in theory, I should not, and here I don't have to complete source anymore. Again, I'm testing the generic functionality, but obviously this is like simplistic as it is right now. But this is kind of what I want. That said, here's what I want. I want that if I put an edit here, you see how it's suggesting div, but that's dumb because I can put divs down here, yes, but I can't put divs down here. So what we need is we need knowledge of where the cursor is to be able to provide awesome autocomplete suggestions. Like TCAS autocomplete suggestions require us to know where the cursor is, and then we basically need to have two states that we move forward. One which is about the totality of what's in the element, and the other one about what is the partial state up to where the cursor is. And we use these two different pieces of data to know what to auto-suggest. Second problem, which is not about design as much, it's more like just practical. We need to be able to suggest all compatible elements, but also we want to put up top source and track. For audio, source and track should be up top, obviously, if they can be auto-suggested. So this is the second problem. So we need to solve these two problems, basically. In any case, Krylonis, if you're still around, like, check this out. You see how I'm editing and the error changes? This is a full reparse happening. And what you're staring at is a debug build of my language server. So there's no delay even in debug mode. And there's a dramatic performance difference between debug mode and release fast. So, and there's still some other, and there's like a good list of performance improvements that I know I could do that I just not have done yet. So I have done some good performance work, but there's more. And so it's pretty decent. It doesn't need incremental for now. And yeah, this is a small document, but it's pretty fast also with big documents. So what do we do next? Even Zig does it this way. Zig is adding support for incremental updates, but like up until now, every time you have rebuilt a Zig program, you have reparsed and rebuilt everything from scratch, including the standard library. So, well, actually, reparsing, it's wrong. I think that parsing gets cached, but like, I guess what gets cached is the whole file. So if you don't change a file, then the file is cached. The parsing is cached. But if you do change a file, then the file gets parsed from scratch again. But the point is, Zig doesn't have like compilation units that it can use to do like partial rebuilds with. It has a single compilation unit when it comes to pure Zig code. When there's C code involved, yes, C code has its own compilation units. That's a different story. But Zig itself, so every time you've rebuilt a Zig program, you've also rebuilt the standard library, the parts of the standard library that you use. So where am I going with this? Zig is actually really fast. It's just that it doesn't do any caching. It doesn't do any incremental rebuild, or used to. Now Incremental is coming out, and Incremental will turn those rebuilds in debug mode to be basically instantaneous. Like you will have instant rebuilds with Zig, and that's gonna be a game changer. Hello X2. I just started picking up Zig. Lars created this MonCLI game using 0.14.1. Checked out the 0.15. And could not find my way around the std-in reader. Yes, it's being reworked. Do you think I should stick to a tag release while learning? Probably not a bad idea. I mean, 0.15 is coming out soon, and the release notes will tell you how to upgrade, and you can find also discussions about that. So you can go to zigit.dev, zigit.dev, this one. No, this one. Zigit.dev. And people here discuss things, and you will find also discussions about reader and writer, and people will tell you how to do that. So you know what? I take it back. I'm not sure if you should stick to a release or to a target release, because 0.15 is coming out very soon. So in any case, you will need to learn the new way sooner than later. My recommendation is to join a community and the community will point you in the right direction. And I'm fairly sure that you will find, I don't know exactly where it is, but yeah, for example, buffer writer. Here's a discussion where people are asking, how do you do it? This is the old way, and they don't know how to do it anymore. And now people are talking about the new way. So yeah, join a community. Actually, you know what? I'll link you this thread. Okay. So let's start by passing down the offset information. Element knows this. At this level, we know what the offset is. So when we call content completions, the callback, where is it? Custom, we also offset. We also pass down the offset. So now, here we have the offset. What do we do with the offset? We basically need like cursor state theme, it's one dark. We need cursor state and we need element state, I guess. That's what I'm gonna call them. So Here's how we do it. We start with cursor state. We keep moving the cursor state, but here's what we do. If you're looking at a child, we say if child dot open dot start is after or equal. After or equal? No, it needs to be after. After is it start or end? It should be start is after. Start is after offset. Current state is going to be element state. Yeah. Okay, so with this is done. Oh, I hate having to do this every single time. Let's make a composite thing. So I would do it this way. If child dot open, if child dot end. Actually, we don't know if it has an end. Fuck. We do not know if it has an end, but it's fine. So if child dot open dot start is below offset and if child.next ID x is different than 0 and child open start is lower than offset and child we swap out current state and we say that element state is cursor state. And then we swap the active one. And then we move the other one around. Okay. Perfect. And then we look at cursor state. And then, so here's how it works. If we are in source, we definitely want to suggest source and truck. Oh, no. It's not like that. It's not like that. Okay, this is the right general idea. It's just slightly more complicated than this. Oh, man. Hello, coding Sanji. It's more complicated. Fuck. Because we want to stop. Basically, we want to see, okay, but what is the next element right after? So we don't really want two states. We want to know the kind of the item right after. That's it. So it's going to be cursor state. There's no current state. There's just cursor state. Okay, you know what? State. Just call it state. But then we need to know when we are one past the cursor, and then we do something different, and then we break. Var kind after cursor optional ast.kind. There we go. Can you explain me why one need Git or GitHub? Sanji, how long have you been? Why do you have coding in the name and you don't know why one would need Git or GitHub? What have you been coding? So what are the? Let me try to find good answers to your questions, like the true answer. You need Git and GitHub because that's what everybody else uses. You don't really need them. You can make do without also, for sure. Git is nice because you can keep older versions of your code and you can blame your colleagues for bad code that they wrote. Otherwise, who wrote what would get lost in the rain and you wouldn't know who to blame anymore. And GitHub helps. Yeah, GitHub helps Microsoft convince you that they love open source. So you use GitHub so that basically you keep Microsoft alive. Well, that's not the only thing that keeps Microsoft alive, but it helps. It helps keeping Microsoft alive. It helps keeping up the illusion that Microsoft loves open source. Actually, it even keeps up the illusion that they know that it's like a software company. Microsoft is not a software company. They don't know how to make software. There is not a single person in Microsoft that is currently working on a product that knows how to write software. So I'm not saying that there isn't anybody who knows software. There might be somebody in there, but they are, I don't know, kept in a glass cage and like they're being experimented on, or they being observed. Like, I don't know, other Microsoft employees throw bananas at them or something, or peanuts. I don't know, but they are 100% not being assigned to any project that we are using. So I don't know. That's it. That's the state of things. So here's how it works. So if child next ID X is different, so it means, okay, so now we can simplify this with just this, because this is going to be our break condition. If child open start is greater than offset, then we do this. Kind after cursor equals child.kind break. Perfect. Okay, so we look at state, and here's how it works. Source can suggest struct only if what's after is not source. So I guess we can do it this way. So if, oh, but this is going to be a runtime condition. Yeah, this is going to be runtime. It's not going to work. I guess we can do it this way. What do they call it? Kind after cursor. I guess we switch it. Also, what if there is no kind after cursor? What does that mean? Basically, what we want is that if kind after cursor is null, kind of want to set it to. We can lie about it, to be honest. We can say that it's, for example, source. You know what? Let's not make it optional. Let's lie about its state. So if has source, then we say the kind after cursor is track. And when we get in here, in track, we say that kind after cursor is dot div, for example, in here. That's that should do it. That should really do it. Mm. Yeah. Okay, that should help. So we switch kind after cursor. And if it's source, then we return only source. If it's track, actually, yeah, if it's track, then we return source and the track. And if what's after is rest, actually, it's the same as here. No, it's source, track, and well, div. Div is our standing for any other element for now. If we are in track, then we switch again. Kind after cursor. Source is unreachable because no, actually, it's not unreachable. It's not unreachable at all because let me think about it for a moment. We started source. No, it's when we switch here. Yeah, okay, so kind after. There you go. Now it is unreachable. So if we have another track afterwards, then we can only do another track. And if we have something else afterwards, Oh, right. This is not rest. This is like else. Oh, yeah. Wait, I'm getting confused about stuff. Oh, my God. Okay, we need to... Let's rethink this from scratch. We are in state source. So up to the cursor, we are still in source. After us, there is another source, so we can only put a source in here. After us, there is a track, so we can put a source or a track. After us, there is a div, so we can do all of them. Yes, that works. So here, track means we're in track state. So after us, there cannot be a source element. Although there could be. Actually, with this, there could be, because here we're putting the real child element and it could be like a syntax error. God damn it. What does that mean in our case? I would consider it like rest at that point. So if there's a track, then only tracks. If we are in rest state, then we only recommend rest. Okay, let's see how this goes. We need to update button. And HTML. Okay. So it's suggesting only track and div only, track and div. But if I remove this, only source because I have a source after, source and track because we're between a source and a track, and track and div as we did before. So not bad. This is the exact behavior that we wanted. I think this is like the peak behavior that we can have. And what if there is nothing? Like what how does it behave if it's empty? It only suggests source. It should not. Let's go back. What happens if it's empty? What happens if it's empty? Or if there is only one source element, for example. Yeah, I cannot suggest only source. So we're missing something. Lazy coder, hello. We're almost there, but not quite. This other suggestion is pretty smart. It just needs one final touch. So what are you making? I'm making a language server for HTML. So that, but not only a language server, I'm making the ultimate language server. So for example, did you know that you cannot put a div under a p element? Oh, unfortunately, I haven't implemented div yet, so it's not erroring out. God damn it. Let me try to. I'm gonna use main instead. Main is implemented. So invalid nesting under p. Main can only nest under HTML, body, div, and form. By the way, this is also another interesting rule. Main has very special rules about where it can be nested. Did you know that? I didn't. Now I know. So there's that. Then also check this out. Auto-completion for attributes with descriptions of what they do. And so, for example, access key. What is the syntax for access key? Access key basically allows you to specify keybinds for accessing, for like, selecting a given element. And, you know, basically you can give it like an access key S to a search box, for example. Well, I parse the attribute and I'll tell you, invalid value for this attribute, token must be a single code point. So like you can specify multiple of them, but they cannot be duplicate. You can have spaces between them, apparently, how many you want. But they have to be single letters. Or they can be also accented letters, but specifically they have to be single code points. So that's what my error message tells you. So what is my point? My point is that we do everything. We autocomplete everything. Also, once you put an attribute down, I don't recommend it again because you can't have duplicates. So the point is a language server that has the whole HTML spec in it so that you only write correct HTML. There are some tweaks, some small tweaks that I'm making. It's not a perfect one-to-one. There are some parts of the HTML spec that I'm more strict about than the HTML spec, but not everything, only like selected things. And when it comes to other things, like I don't know if I will implement every single rule from the HTML spec, but like the majority of them I will. The almost totality of them. So this is it. This is it. And also I want the autocomplete to be smart. So for example, here's audio. Audio can have source, track, and any other element. But they have an order. So let me take this out. Invalid nesting under audio. Track elements must go before all non-source elements. And same with source. Source elements must go before all others. But if your audio has a source attribute, then you can't have a source attribute. These two things are mutually exclusive. So invalid nesting under audio with source attribute present, no source elements are allowed. And what I'm working on right now is to have the autocomplete be aware of this. So if you're trying to add an item between track and a new thing, it can be either a track. Right now, div, I'm prototyping this. So div is the stand-in for any other element. So if you're between track and div, then you can put either. But if you're above a track, then you can only put a source or a track. And if your audio has source, then only track. You get the idea, right? So I'm doing everything for real. Let's see what Waligo was saying. Haters will say that HTML, LSP for HTML is silly, but they haven't ever opened the HTML spec to see how vast and convoluted it is. Yeah. I mean, I see it. I mean, I don't know. Haters, whatever, they can go fuck themselves. I don't care. But I do think that a non-trivial amount of people have been steered towards JavaScript frameworks, in good part because there is no good tooling for clean HTML. And simple HTML seems confusing. People feel less productive with it. Actually, you know what? You could even argue that it's true that they are less productive with pure HTML than with a JavaScript framework. Not strictly because the JavaScript framework gives you, good stuff. That might still be true. I'm not disputing that necessarily. But the point is that they feel this because the experience of authoring simple HTML with vanilla JavaScript is worse than the one that you get from frameworks, because frameworks come with tooling. Vanilla HTML and vanilla JavaScript come with close to no tooling at all whatsoever. So you're kind of on your own with that. And this is a tool that helps making simple HTML more understandable, easier to explore, and hopefully will lead to more people, to people writing better HTML, and also to more people not opting into frameworks when they don't really have a need to. But then again, you could argue that people are opting into frameworks because they're dumb, they're bad programmers, and some of that is true. But I think there's a real argument to be made that if there is no good tooling for the simpler thing, then it's no surprise that people will opt into the more complex thing if that gives them better tooling. And it's actually laughable that we don't have good tooling for HTML. It's laughable that I'm the first one to write a language server for HTML and take this seriously. So I don't know. Let's see what happens once we have this. I'm curious to see what happens then. I worked in SEO industry for 2.5 years. Wow. And they are very cargo meticulous about that. Huh. Even though, in fact, Google probably doesn't care about HTML being semantically correct. Yeah, I can see that. Hey, Loris, what if Zig wasn't a language, but a map to the unseen structure of memory? Would you still compile it the same way? Eh? What if Zig wasn't a language, but a map to the unseen structure of memory? That's a little bit too poetic for me. So lower level programming languages are all a map to the structure of memory. You get to observe and manipulate memory with a level of precision and transparency that it's impossible with higher level programming languages. So lower. And again, but this is true of all lower level programming languages. But a lower level programming language is not just that. It's not just about manipulating memory in a transparent way. It's also about basically making it convenient to create higher level patterns and ways of structuring your behavior and your manipulation of memory in a way that, it's more, let's say, scalable than just writing raw assembly or straight up machine code, if you will. So there's also that aspect. Programming languages have to deal with how you interoperate with the system, as in, I'm not talking about syscall. I'm talking about like packaging executables. So what the linker does, dynamic libraries, different ABIs. So there's a lot that's going on in reality in a language. So yeah. How would you approach web components? I will assume that I know nothing about web components. That's how I'm going for now. You can try to make a personal AI assistant which will be able to do anything, also write code on his own. Yeah, but you mean that's not what I'm going for, though. I'm going for something simpler than that. Will you implement omission of p closing tags? Absolutely not. I am absolutely against implicitly closing tags. And this is the one part of the spec that I have no intention of implementing. For me, an open tag, a non-closed tag is a hard error, and it will always be a hard error. No compromise. That is a part of the spec of the HTML spec that I think is. I mean, there are plenty of parts of the spec that I think are not good. I'll still implement them, but that one I won't. So no, this is a language server for people that close their tags. If you, it's kind of like you know when you live with people that don't flush their toilet. That's not this. This is for people that flush their toilet. So sorry, no compromise. I can explain more in detail why I have this stance. It's not just a matter of it's not just I chose an arbitrarily hill to die on. There are like practical reasons why I don't want to do that. VS Code has pretty good HTML helpers. Not really. I mean, you do get the documentation, sure, but this is S. Like what VS Code gives you by default is S. So let me turn on autocompletion. Okay, so we have an open title. By the way, we have an open title, no squigglies. Nobody cares that we have a non-closed title. Okay, close it. Also, this title is outside of head. Nobody cares. Fine. I'm opening here a tag, and the first suggestion that I see is close HTML. But bro, I'm closing HTML 2 lines below, and it suggests to close it. Like if I open it below, it will not suggest to close it. But you see why? Because it's only looking upwards. It's looking from your cursor position upwards with stupid regular expressions probably, and it's searching for HTML. It's searching for open tags that don't have a matching closing tag. So it sees that HTML is open but not closed, and so it suggests to close it. But again, bro, I'm closing it down below, so this is S. Also, it suggests every element everywhere. So, for example, inside of HTML, you can only have head and body and nothing else. And actually, not only you can only have those two, but you need to have head first and body second. And you have to have both of them. You can even omit them. So this thing is so wrong. I could go on for a long while about how many ways this is wrong. You know what? I'll do one last. You do a div, right? And then inside the div, you want to put foo. But then you say, wait, you don't know HTML. So you say, wait, what if I self-close the div? So you do this. Because you learned that in XML, you doing this, it's like self-closing the tag. So you're like, there's a div that immediately closes. And now what happens to foo? Well, if we format the document using the VS Code formatter, you can see that foo has been moved to be a sibling of div. And this is a lie. Browsers are instructed to ignore this slash. Self-closing tags do not exist in HTML. And so this foo is actually inside this div. And this auto formatter now it's lying to you. It's making you think that that's not the case. So good luck. Good luck figuring that out when your JavaScript code that tries, to navigate the things can't find this fucking foo because you think that it's next to the div and instead it's actually inside the div. There's more, by the way. I'm gonna stop here though. But yeah, you did say that. Language server, blah, 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 autocomplete for attributes, their possible values, auto-closing tags. Yeah, I'm going to add all this stuff myself also, or at least the ones that I can, based on what the LSP protocol allows to do. Yep. Did you look at the HTML and HTML6 crates? They are doing some heavy lifting with auto-generating definitions. Crates? What's a crate? Sorry, Christopher Strom. I'm not in the business of shipping, and I don't know what's a crate. I know that it's a Rust package. No, I haven't looked at any Rust package. I don't write Rust. I don't look at Rust code. I write things myself. I'm taking definitions from the actual spec and some copy from MDN. But my source of truth is not somebody's pre-digested, probably with errors in it, stuff made by somebody else. I'm going straight from the source. So I will add my own bugs in my implementation, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm not looking at, I'm not playing the game of telephone, because playing the game of telephone is how you get to imprecise implementations. Anyway. Okay, we are not doing a good job at initializing this value. We are doing a good job at moving it along, but we're not good at initializing it. So in reality, it shouldn't start at any of these things. It should be like this, I think. I think it should start with source, maybe. No, sorry, it should start with div. And we use div as a stand-in. So we start with div. You know what? Let's use root. So we start at root. Let's say that there's nothing. So we immediately are in the root case. So that makes us suggest this. There is one child, which is not after, it's before. So that is going to make us move this. So the question then is, when do we set that to source? We set that to source only when there's actually this case. But then this is wrong then. Then we do not set this. I need to test this a little bit more. I'm getting confused by my own code. Just suggesting track without source. It's suggesting source and track. That's correct. Track and div. That's correct. Only div. That is correct. Nothing. All of them. Source. It's suggesting source, track, and div. I'm gonna add div. Only div. I'm gonna add track. It's suggesting only track. And that's wrong. It should not suggest only track. I guess kind after cursor should not be moved around. Kind after cursor should only be set, should only be moved to something if there is actually something at this point. So here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so now it suggests track and div, which is correct. And here, source and track. And here, only source. What if there is a source after track? It suggests track and div. Yeah. What about after source? Track and div. Perfect. Because this guy it shouldn't make us change our state. Okay, I think we did it. I think this is it. Okay, we got it. So, okay, with this we have the basis of good auto suggestion. The problem is, though, another one. This div stuff. This needs to be everything, not just this needs to be everything, not just one of the two. Okay. API for auto-validating permutations. The problem is that this is the problem is that this is it's kind of ad hoc. There aren't many other elements that do it this way. So far, based on what I've seen, it doesn't seem worth it to try and generalize this. Because I think there's like a couple more elements that have like one element that they want up top, but this whole thing of like first sources and then tracks, etc., is just a thing that only audio and video have. And audio and video are like they do the same with exactly the same elements. So I will be able to like reuse the same function, basically. And HTML. Yeah, but HTML is still like not many copies. It's just HTML and main. So you do it like it's just two booleans. It's less complicated than this. It's more like do you have HTML? Do you have body? And you know what? That said, you could make an argument where you say, well, but then let's say that you have HTML and you try to insert an item above HTML. What do you suggest then? I would still suggest body in that case, even if that's the wrong position. And I would then force you to face the error. It's a choice. I'm not saying that is it is inconsistent compared to what we're doing here, but to me, it seems a case that it's different enough that I would want that behavior to be different. So far, I'm happy with this approach. Okay. Let's make this generic. So generic is in, we need to be able to suggest all the compatible elements. So how do we do this? Basically, we need to turn this in from returning something to, I guess, maybe 3 booleans or something, although we have the combinations here. So like these and these can pretty much work that way. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it this way. These guys immediately return. This guy as well. And these guys instead call into a function or some kind of shared piece of logic. Basically. What we need to be careful about is this, that here we want the rest of the suggestions to not contain. We need to guarantee that it does not contain source or track. And here it... Oh, good question. Does this contain source? Well, no, this also needs to filter out track. Sorry, source and track. Track, or rather, track is going to be present because it's going to be up top, but the rest of things shouldn't have source because we don't want to suggest it at all. And it shouldn't contain track because we do want to suggest it, but we want to bring it at the top of the list. Is this in line? Oh, it's an enum array. God damn it. Okay. Okay. So this can be straight up this. This can be straight up this. This is fine. These other guys are not fine. Okay, so we need to do the code for suggesting everything else. I think we can generalize this. So let's go in element. And in element, we have something along these lines, but it's embedded in a function. And it's the simple case. Right, it's completions for a simple element. Where we do this. Oh, we immediately allocated max size. Interesting. And then oh man, this is bad. Defer list dot the init. Yeah, the fact that we have an arena makes sense that we do the initial location right completely right off the bat. Oh, wait, I see why I didn't care about any of this stuff. Because I was doing the try in here, and then there is actually no more failure afterwards at all whatsoever. The problem is that this thing is too long, but it is in an arena. You know what, actually? This was fine as is. Fine. Fine, this is fine. Okay. I'm thinking whether we should increase this thing. No, I think I want to make a separate implementation. I'm going to copy some of this code, but I think it should be a separate implementation. Although it's actually mostly the same, with the only difference, it really is mostly the same. You know what? Yeah, let's extract this whole functionality into a function. We make that function slightly more flexible. And then we come back here and we invoke it from here. I think simple could be something better than any type. Do we have a type for simple? Kinda. Don't tell me that it's defined in here. It's defined in here. God damn it. Simple. Oh, we're using e meta. That is a problem. Yeah, no, you know what? It's too much trouble. Put it back. We do copy it as a starting point, but it's going to end up looking very different. So, all right, it's going to end up looking different enough. Okay, let's see how that goes now. So give me an arena. We make the arena as big as everything. Sorry, make the list as big as everything. We need the prefix. And the prefix is no, the prefix is a list of ast.kind. So works this way. For prefix, append assume capacity dot label equals tag name p dot tag. Desk is gonna be element all dot get p dot desk. Okay. So first we put the whole prefix. Then when we do the looping, we're not looking at this stuff anymore. Although maybe these rules aren't bad to keep around. It's just that it requires us to have this stuff. You know what? Maybe I'm taking it back. Maybe it's not that bad. So prefix, then we need to have the content model. And so child CS is going to be this. Parent CS is going to be, well, I guess we can call it just parent CS. Parent categories. Parent content. And then there's this stuff like extra children. Yeah, you know what? We can add them as parameters. So forbidden children. So you don't do simple.forbidden children. Forbidden descendants. I guess we could call it a simple that you pass in. You know what? Wait. So you do simple extra children. This is actually not bad. The only thing that's missing is the prefix check. Okay, so maybe we can make it work and be happy. So take the simple definition, move it out. Yeah. So this is actually doing it all. The difference is this prefix stuff, and in here we need to say that for prefix p, if p dot tag is child kind, continue. There we go. That's it. Okay, so with this we can do prefix completions. Not too bad. Parent content. Nodes at parent idx dot model dot content. What do we have? AST. Oh, node IDX. And then simple. Okay. So this is it. I guess we can call it simple completions then. So in this case, it means that we want to do this. Source and track. Oh, we need an arena. Oh, we're missing parent content. Right. So there you go. This one has only track. Oh. And we need to exclude, oh, this is interesting. We need to exclude source. And we could do it forbidden children. We didn't need that feature. Funny, we actually have it basically for free. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Yeah, track and everything else. Track and everything else. Everything else. Div. Oh no. What? This should be source and track, but something is going wrong. It becomes and then became both divs. The fuck? In this case, it's a div. Oh, right. I know why. It's because I'm grabbing these guys from the list of things, and these guys are not implemented yet. Like source and track in here, they're still assigned to the temporary element definition. So it is like source and source claim basically these elements all claim to be a div. They're just there. It's just a temporary thing. Okay. I think I should remove the inner tag from element. I don't think it's necessary. I'm curious to see what happens if we delete it. You know what? I'm gonna add it here in the list of things to do. Okay, so long story short, it looks weird because we're still missing definitions, but this is correct. This is suggesting only source. This is suggesting only source and track. This is suggesting track and everything else, and this is suggesting everything else. And we now have the perfect autocomplete for audio, basically, at least according to my design. So what does this mean? Well, this means something interesting for audio. We're done with audio. Audio has everything. So some other elements that audio refers to are not done. But audio itself has all the attributes filled in, all the validation filled in, all the autocomplete behavior filled in. We're done. We are truly done. So we can go to 7. We can go to element. We can find audio and we can say done. We can go to attribute. We don't put done in attributes. We only put done in element. So yeah. Okay. What do we want to do next? We can try to finish A. You know what? We could implement video. Video is literally a copy paste of audio with slightly different definitions. And the content model validation and everything else is exactly a one-to-one. It's just the definitions, I think, that will change. So what I'm thinking is literally to have video basically pull in from audio. Basically. But so a lot of these can all be, well, except for tag, these can all be the same. The definition will have to change. The attributes are close to the same. You know what? We could make them share, so them on purpose. So you know what? We could have this. We could change this file to be from audio. We call it audio_video, and we put 2 element definitions in it. That's maybe the right way of doing it. And then here for attributes we do audio/video. Or we change audio to media. And that way we share even more stuff. Actually, this can say audio. Yeah, I think changing audio to media is not a bad idea. Let's see what if we add strings in here to say audio. Nope, we don't mention audio. Yeah, let's do it like this. Move source HTML elements audio video.zig. Okay, we have to decide what to do with video. This has to be different. Everything else can be the same except the definition. The desk has to be different. Okay. So basically, I guess we'll need to have. We can do this. Why am I copying? Copying. No, you know what? This should be. I'm doing this in the wrong way. This should be audio.model, and the meta should be audio.meta. Reasons, audio.reasons. Yeah, I think it should be like this. I guess we can put it. Yeah, we can leave it above, I guess. So everything else is shared. Now we need to change audio to media. So we're not going to touch that description. We're going to make a new one. But the media embed, the media will begin playback, waiting for the entire media file to finish downloading. We specify the media player will automatically sync back to the start upon reaching the end of the media. We specified the audio will initially be muted. Yes. Control media playback indicates that the media should not be preloaded. There's a double dot. Indicates that the whole media file can be downloaded if the user is not expected to use it. Indicates that only media metadata, e.g. length, is fetched. The autoplay attribute has precedence over preload. The browser would obviously need to start downloading the media for playback. In the case where it occurs to fetch the related media file, and yeah. Okay. There we go. Oh, I was putting done here. Oh, that's fine. So let's see. Oh, Really? Source, track, and body can be put inside P? The heck? I did not expect this. Something that can complain. Okay, HTML will complain. Perfect. Video. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so that means that we are at 8. Also, so we did this. Descriptions and attributes, we actually have them. So we do have them, right? Controls. Yeah. So we have that. Actually, take them out. Better suggest for audio video / field set. I don't remember what field set does, so we'll I guess either we leave it like this, or once we know that, or once we get to field set, we'll make sure to have a good suggestion for that one. But I mean, I don't think I'm gonna need this, so we're good. Okay, so we need to finish this and then look at the rest. So we could do source and track at this point. And if we do source and track, then we'll be able to see the autocomplete behave correctly. So maybe let's do this. I think I'm going to copy you. Okay, and then we're going to need to do something with it. So let's look at source. Actually, from here, source, track, source. Content model, nothing. So it's a void tag. Source. Content, none. Right? Perfect. Context in which this element can be used. As a child of a picture element, before the EMG element, as a child of a media element, before any flow content or track elements. Oh, interesting. So picture is another one that has these elements. Interesting. Categories, none. Oh, there we go. This is going to be interesting now, because now we're, by giving it categories none, then now we'll see that other elements will complain about it. Category superset is still none. There's nothing that will add to them. Content is literally just the model. Yeah. Are there any other thingies? Yeah, no, model is fine. Perfect. Attributes. It does have its own set of attributes. Oh, wait. What the fuck? Source is only in audio or video, and these guys are only in picture. So if you remember, up until very recently, I felt like I didn't need any special like attribute suggestion function, because it didn't seem that there was any, like the list of attributes were not like being weird. Guess what? Here's an element that has weird rules about attributes. That's a new one. We'll be able to deal with this, but god damn it, man. There's always one more problem. So type media source and these guys. So we need the concept of validating attributes. Like an attribute optionally needs to specify restrictions about the parent. Where basically you say this attribute, if this attribute has this thing set, then this is an attribute that is only valid and can only be suggested under these conditions. The good thing though is that for now, it's only a matter of being a children, not a descendant. So these rules are only about our direct parent. Even if they become about our ancestry, we can still fix it. But the fact that it's just the parent, I guess it's better. Okay, I think I'm going to take a very quick break, get something to drink maybe, and then we implement this bad boy. Yeah. What out of curiosity, is track that bad still? No. Look at track. Look at such a track is such a good boy. You see? Child of media element before any flow content. List of attributes. Bad. Source element, bad. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I think that's kind of like it. That's how it is. Okay, so let's go learn about these delightful attributes. Also, we need to make the descriptions for them. Whew. Okay. Video, audio. Source. Source element. Specify the media type of an image or the media type optionally. Including a codecs parameter. It must be a valid meme type string. Oh my god. We need meme type parsing. Andrew has a dependency that I forked. Is it meme? Meme? Is it meme? Okay. Oh, but this does not do what we want, does it? Yeah, okay, this is a list of these guys and it maps file extensions to them. In our case, we need to know what the syntax of these guys is. It does seem to be string/string, but it's probably slightly more complicated than that. I guess what's to the left of the slash is hard-coded or something like that. A valid meme string is a string that matches the media type token production. In particular, a valid meme type string may include parameters. It's supposed to be used for conformance checkers only. Text HTML is valid, semicolon is not valid. Parsing a meme type. Oh, there we go. Remove white space. Let position be a position variable for input, initially pointing at the start of input. Let type be the result of collecting a sequence of code points that are not slash from the input given position. If type is the empty string or does not solely contain HTTP token code points, then return failure. We're writing a meme parser. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, so we need to be able to do .meme. That's going to be our type of attribute. Okay. Also, does it have to be present? The value must be a string, so empty is not allowed. Okay. I don't remember what makes um oh wow, these guys are allowed to. I think we have these in the tokenizer. Let's see. Hmm. 0x80 0xff. I'm actually surprised that because this is identity start code point. Oh wait, I'm looking at the CSS tokenizer. I'm dumb. HTML tokenizer. What do we have in here? I'm actually surprised if we don't have any of this stuff in here. Hmm. No, I think it's just expressed in a weird way because of what we're the nature of the work that we're doing in here. Yeah, we have some of this stuff, but it's ASCII alphanumeric usually. So I guess we haven't encountered this particular combination of things yet. Okay. Hmm. You know what? I can do it like this. Oh, this is gonna be interesting because now this stuff is problematic. Oh no. Like pointing at the correct byte is gonna be problematic because we have trimmed white space. Okay. We need to do trim left. Trim left, and then we subtract the difference in length. Actually, I'm adding spaces, which is correct. Yeah. Plus spaces plus IDX. Okay. I'm actually doing this wrong because this might return null. This should be like this. We can't. Okay, I think the problem is that we're tokenizing, and we can't tokenize. We need a different approach. We need index of. Hmm. So first they ask you, okay, this thing is weird. First they ask you to remove leading and training HTTP white space. And then they tell you, remove any training HTTP white space from subtype. Oh, because I guess it could be between the thing and the semicolon, I guess. So what if there is no semicolon though? Hmm. So what if what if what if what if what if there is no semicolon? I think there's more explanation in here that I haven't copied. I guess. I hope. While position is not past the end of input, advance position by 1. So go past the semicolon. So then, okay, advance position by 1. Collect a sequence of code points that are HTTP white space. Let parameter name be the result of collecting a sequence of code points that are not semicolon or equal sign given position. Set parameter name to parameter name in Ashley lowercase. If position is not past the end of input, then parameter value we know, blah blah blah. Oh my god. Okay, let's look at this. If all the following are true, parameter name is not in this string. Solely contains meme types. Parameter name does not exist. Set. Oh, I think we're. Are we? So we're tracking duplicates. Have a nice day, X2. So I was following this up to a point. The semicolon stuff is hurting me because it's not necessarily going to be there, right? Like, what if we are at the end? So we should be good, I think. I guess the point is or else. I guess here it's or else return or else return. Hmm. Oh man, start is going to be um start plus type spaces plus hmm, plus meme type dot len plus 1 plus Actually, +1. And then this. Plus semi-index, I think. Although here we were using type spaces a ton. Start plus type spaces. In the case that it's empty. Right. So this would be like slash semicolon. If it's slash semicolon, then here we got two slash. And how do we compute the slash index? We do it on value. We could return slash index, so that would allow us to skip all of this counting. Yeah. So that means that we can do start plus slash idx. But there's also spaces, right? Yeah, plus type spaces. You know what? Go back to spaces. This is so slash index +1, and then we end at so rest is what we use to compute the semicolon. It's like +1 plus semi-index. Yeah, that should be it. And so with this, we don't need these spaces here, I think. Okay. We need to validate the other case. Hello, little boo. I don't know what error join does. Is that string concatenation? In this case, it's a real array list, and I'm genuinely appending to it because I have more than one error, and they're like structured. So while position is not past the end of input. And used local constant. Really? Comparing good news, I've seriously seen Zig mentioned in job offers around 10 times. Interesting. Where did you see those job offers? Are like, are you talking about like LinkedIn? I don't know, random websites with job offers, Hacker News, local job offers where you live? Okay, let's start with this implementation. There's still a piece missing, obviously, that we need to add. But for now, let's just parse this. See how we do with this. Okay, so we have validate meme, whatever that is. Okay, we build right away. That's scary. Then what were we doing that causes us to do this stuff? It's source type. We did not wire these attributes in yet. Okay, now we have type. Invalid value for this attribute, missing slash in meme value. Where the slash invalid value for this attribute, empty meme type. We're pointing at the slash. We should point one before the slash. Although this is not bad. In any case, foo. We're forgetting to complain about afterwards. So no, the absence of that semicolon, I think, is a problem. Or but it needs to be trimmed. Missing semicolon after meme subtype. Well, no, it's like it's missing meme subtype. Yeah. Let's see, not job boards, not LinkedIn. On internet careers page. Cool. Understood. There we go. Invalid. Value for this attribute, missing meme subtype. I think, honestly, I think we should point before and then after. One plus one. Let's see how that goes. There we go. Invalid value for the attribute empty name type. And if there are spaces, then we like this. Yeah. And then we put afterwards. Maybe we should include the slash. I don't know. Oh, adding spaces. We should not add those spaces. Subtype is row. No, it's not that. It's start plus spaces plus 1. Actually, it's plus slash index plus 1. Yes. If I don't do the plus 1, what happens? I'm curious to see the behavior if I don't do the plus 1. We don't cover that. I think this is actually the correct behavior. It's a little bit weird, but it is the correct behavior. So this is correct now. And I bet you that this is not correct. This is correct. This is not correct. This is it. Okay, this semicolon right now is not a problem, but it should be a problem if there's nothing else. So okay, so far so good. Oh, let's do the character validation stuff. Yeah. Yep, we are indexing correctly where the bad character is. Oh, this is in MIME type. It's actually MIME subtype. I'll just say MIME value. Okay. So now we have to implement the second half. So while position is not past the end of input, go over the semicolon. So this is like done in a loop, basically. So let's see. Collect a sequence. Let's remove any trailing white space. Return value. Okay. So go past the semicolon. Collect. Blah blah blah. And this is going to be called parameter name. Oh shit, this is roughly skip ASCII whitespace, but it's HTTP whitespace. What is HTTP whitespace? Line feed, carriage return, tab space. ASCII whitespace is tab, line feed, feed forward, carriage return, space. So it's fine. If position is not past the end of input, then if the code pointer position within input is semicolon, then continue. Otherwise, advance position by 1. Skip past the equal sign. So basically, we're splitting on semicolons. And within the semicolon, we're splitting on equal sign, if there is any. I think I'm going to implement this in a different way, honestly, at this point. If the code pointer position within input is quotes, oh no, the problem is that it's fucking quoted. That is the problem. What is this syntax, man? What is this insane syntax? Also, they are checking for double quotes, but most people use double quotes for attribute. For attributes, so how do you do this? They need to be like escaped or something? Jesus Christ. Collect a sequence of code points that are HTTP whitespace. Then collect a sequence of code points that are not semicolon or equal sign given position. So what I'm noticing is that actually there are quotes, but the quotes don't allow set parameter value to the result of collecting an HTTP quoted string from input given position and true. So I guess this means that the quoted stuff can be only after the equal sign. So the point is equal sign could have the quoted stuff. Also, what is this thing where it ignores this system? What is going on? Why is there like a random chunk of bytes that gets ignored? What does it take to collect an HTTP quoted string? No, you must be joking. You must be fucking joking. What? You must be fucking joking. They're talking about escapes. But attributes cannot do escaping. I guess the assumption is that all this weird stuff is happening with escape quotes. Why are these people like this? Why are these people like this? Oh my god. Okay, so when you stuff a meme type definition in an attribute, that thing will have quotes in it. And to escape quotes within the quotes, it's done this way, but this is not valid for attributes. God, I hate these people. I truly hate these people. I think I want to leave this as a to do. This is disastrous. This is a complete disaster. Collecting a sequence of code points. Collecting an HTTP quoted string from input. Bro, why are you like this? I just cannot believe it. I just cannot believe it. I guess we can put a panic there. So we leave it as a to do, but we don't forget. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. Complete madness. You have to be able to design a spec like this. There is no amount of I don't know, like lobbying money that I would be willing to accept to let this kind of decision through in a spec that I'm participating to. Insane. Insane. Nesting plus mandatory attributes. I don't know. We'll see. Absolutely insane. So here's what I would do. Oh, let's try the empty meme subtype. Yeah. Okay, so this is good. So oh, here we ended up trimming, but actually we don't care because it's from the semicolon afterwards. So it's rest semi index plus one dot. Hey, I'm like slog. I'm going fucking insane because I now discovered what you're supposed to do to parse meme types. It's insane. It is insane. It like I don't know who made this spec. Like Roger Rabbit made this spec. It's one of those cartoonish moments, you know, where this is a spec made by the Acme Corporation, and I don't know, Willie. You guys call it Willie the Coyote as well, right? It's not just an Italian thing. So like I'm that guy, and I'm trying to make use of this thing, and it's fucking exploding in my face. That's where we are right now. 8 of 108.15, that's a breeze. But this thing is insane. So, just to give you an idea, HTML attributes do not support escapes. sorry, do not support escaping quotes. So if you do utter equals some value, let's say that some value is structured, so it's sum equal, like it, for some reason, colon, maybe it has its own internal structure for some reason, and then you would like to quote value inside of it. You just can't. You can't do it this way either, because escapes do not exist in this context for attributes. So your solution is to do, what is it, ampersand equal, I don't know, I don't remember what is the correct name of this thing, but that's your only solution. So you do quote. Now here's where things get turbo hilarious. Mime, this mime, I don't know how you guys pronounce it, but this thing has structure, has quoted text, and the quoted text can have escapes. So you can have this. And I think you can also have, I don't know what the ampersand name of this thing is going to be. So like, let's say that this one is the slash. You can also have this. So the idea is that you need to take this text, you need to unescape it, and with these escapes, HTML entity escapes. And then you need to compute the escapes for those quotes internally. It's so stupid. It's just so stupid. I don't know. It makes sense to me. Yeah, it's genius. It's absolutely genius. Like this whole thing that explains how to do it. It's, I don't know. Also, the explanation kind of sucks, but it could be worse. But man, insane. Absolutely insane. I bet you that what I'm doing right now is wrong and it doesn't match the semantics of this stupid ass process. This thing is killing me. Holy cow. This thing is killing me. So collect a sequence of forward points that aren't the semicolon or equal sign from input given position. Set parameter name. Parameter name is position is not past the end of input. Then if the code point is semicolon, continue. Oh, we do nothing. We don't care about white space or anything else. Okay. If it's an equal sign, advance position by 1. Wait, if position is past the end of input, then break. Oh, and then there's like all the conditions. If parameter name is not the empty string, If parameter name solely contains HTTP token code points. If parameter value solely contains HTTP quoted string token code points. Tab, a code point space in the range of space to tilde inclusive, or a code point in the range of 080 through FF inclusive. We saw the 080 through FF inclusive. Oh, we saw that already. It has to be up to the Y with 2 dots on it. 1 dot, not good. 3 dots, absolutely not good. 2 dots, just right. If parameter name is not the empty string. So here we're removing trading white space from value, but we're not doing anything to parameter name, are we? Set parameter name to parameter name. Let's see. Parameter name be the result of collecting a sequence of code points that are not semicolon or equal sign. So this guy does not shred white space. No, I'm wrong. We are removing prefix white space. I see. We're removing white space to the left, but then white space to the right is considered part of the name. I'm sure that that's another genius decision that has never caused any problem whatever. You know what? I'll try to follow it more closely. Let's not do this. This is saner, but let's not do this. So var while length is greater than 0, which, by the way, it's a very shitty condition to have to put because it's it relies on us correctly always consuming input at every loop, which if we fail to do that, then the thing is broken. And this one below didn't have this problem, but anyway. I don't know what to do in the URLs. We'll see, I guess. So the fact that we are doing the white space thing, now we have to do it because of the empty string thing. God damn it. Well, but it's enough to trim it left, basically. We take that thing and we trim it left, and this should be good. I think all this reslicing is actually hurting us more than helping, unfortunately. But fine. And we have to decide what to do about this not happening. If position is past the end of input, then break. Yeah, I think we shouldn't reslice this. I think we need to do const, and we need to do var position um, 0, and we move position. Yeah, now we need to compute these freaking thingies here. Oh, this is gonna be funny. So it's gonna be from start spaces the slash +1 plus semi index plus 1 plus position actually this plus 1 is not necessary because no, I think it is necessary. Plus position. Oh, here we did some trimming, but it's fine because we don't want to count those spaces. So we want this. So when the same below. Position plus sep idx. Delightful. So if it's a semicolon, continue. Oh, kvs.len, I see. Well, that actually makes it easier. Oh, but that makes this completely wrong. Yeah. Okay, now we have the quoted thing. If parameter value is the empty string, then continue. If parameter value is the empty string, then continue. With this loop. So I guess parameter value can be the empty string. Parameter value can be the empty string. That's the kind of the idea. Okay. And what if parameter value does not contain these things? I guess this is some extra validation that we're just not doing right now. Man, this thing is written in such a turbo-ass way. God damn it. So... Yeah, wait, we are also doing the trimming. Why? We removed trailing white space. But actually we don't really have a reason to do that right now. We're missing these two validations. Well, actually, these three validations. Yep. Are we doing parameter name validation? No. We're just complaining if it's empty, but we also need to do this. Yeah, our offset is going to be this. Okay. And value has this other thingy. It's not even any of those. It's an even weirder version of that. Crazy. Man. So this is going to be it's going to be this same offset plus sep index plus 1. Oh, so it's going to be this. Right? Or we can use pause actually. No, since we update pause, we actually are good then with that because it has been updated. So pause plus idx plus 1. There we go. Hopefully. So with this, we're testing this. We're testing this. We're not testing this yet. Have we updated position though? No. Very low chances that we didn't fuck up some math. Very extremely low chances. Yeah, we turbo panicked already. Panic to do implement quote param parsing in meme. But oh no, we know we're going out of bounds with this check. Oh no, man. Oh no. Actually, this should be we should not be able to go past that. I think our condition above is broken. You know what? It really sucks that we're not reslicing. We should be reslicing, I think. We need to keep like some concept of pause, but we should reslice so that we don't have this weird math everywhere. Don't you parse an attribute and then pass the parse slice to mean validation? I wasn't following. Yes, that is what I'm doing. But I think that I was doing a off bounds access. I think on the slice. I'm actually not sure. I want to simplify the math, like the logic here, because of all this crappy. Doing how they want you to do it is kind of insane. This system is much more feasible. That said, there might be some errors in what I'm doing. So we'll see. If KB is at 0, is this? Okay, I think I translated this, but it didn't fix anything. So I would expect the same panic to hit twice. Anti-meme parameter name. Did we panic in the meantime? We did not panic. Well, no, we kind of did because something bad definitely happened because the it should be invalid. Yeah. The semicolon. Yeah, things are going bad at some point. Honestly, this whole algorithm is so ass. It's not even funny. All of these could be solved so much more easily. Out of curiosity, I'm going to comment it out and I'm going to try the other approach and see how that goes. So You're not using inlay hints. I'm not. I don't feel I need them. I generally have a good understanding of what my types are supposed to be. So I would perceive, I think, inlay hints as unnecessary noise. When I feel like that a type is needed for clarity, I just write it down in the source code. Be it because I want to leverage coercion or because I just think it's a good idea. Otherwise, I'm happy not having the type of every single thing mentioned explicitly everywhere. I do think that even if you don't have that, you should be able to do, you know, you can do space K on a variable name and the ZLS will tell you what the type of that thing is. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm good. So even using tokenizers, this thing is not great, because if we use tokenizers, we also need to validate whether we are splitting on this thing or not for real. And also, yeah, tokenize is also wrong. It has to be split. That's for sure. Yeah, we want to split, not tokenize. Then then the split iterator returns a slice to the first field. Call this only to get the first field, and then use next to get also the second field. Asserts that the iteration has not begun. Next gives you an optional rest, reset. So we would need to look at the index. Okay, so the way it works is we split on the equal sign, and then we can do kvit dot first. And we have the parent name. And here we can do parent name validation. Then we have to say if kvit.index, well, if kvs at kvit index is different than equal sign, but we might be at the end also of the string. So we also need to do this. So this is the condition. Otherwise, we do the parent value stuff. I think the problem is the quoted things, because I think that the quoted things can contain semicolon. That would be a disaster. Wait, am I going insane? Let's see. Let parameter value be null. If the code point position input is quote, then set parameter value to the result of collecting an HTTP quoted string. Yes, it can even contain semicolons. These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. That's the problem. The problem is that it can contain semicolons. So you kind of have to run the tokenization like they want you to. You can't do it. You can't do it in this well-nested way, like well-formed way, because there could be a semicolon in the quoted stuff that throws you off. completely. This is really unfortunate. Hell, like this is my verdict. People that wrote the HTML spec, hell, all of them. No, no one gets like blessed or anything. Just hell, everyone. So let's see, SEP index is this or else kvs.len, parent name is stream left, blah, 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 0, dot SEP index. So if this is kvs len, this should still be fine. We can still do this. We can still do this. But then we say, wait, is this actual len? If so, we break. And so this is fine. Otherwise, we index using it, but we can't, but it's fine because it's not len. Also, you know what? Oops, sorry. You know what? Let's also do this. Assert. I'm going insane, so that's why I'm doing it. Sep idx lower or equal kvs dot len. But I mean, it comes from this guy, so this guy, so it can't be anything else, right? Yeah. Okay. Sep index +1. Oh, wait. We're adding stuff to KVA offset, but after we change style, we forgot to reslice. We need to reslice. We need to reslice. That is an important thing that we forgot to do, and which also explains why we're not going out of bounds when doing wrong stuff. Okay, these are the two places I think where this happens. Let's see how we're doing. Cannot assign a constant. I think we might be onto something. Or not. So this semicolon is not erroring out, but it needs to error out. If it's just as if the semicolon alone should error out, why is it not erroring out? I think what we should do here is say that the semicolon should be an error, right? I think that they make it clear at some point that the semicolon is an error. Then continue. Advance position by 1. Collect parameter name. Yeah, so basically the problem is that it's a empty parameter name having a semicolon there. But what if I put spaces then? Why are those spaces fine? Those spaces should not be fine. Because we do get in here. We get the parent name, we trim it. These should be... We should trigger this error with those spaces. I'm surprised that we don't. Also, this could even be a while true because we have the separator after the end, the break condition here. Okay, so this, what if we turn this into a while true? Another genius idea by the spec. Okay, invalid value for this attribute. Empty meme parameter name, correct. Okay, now we have it. We're not complaining here. Why are we not complaining here? Did we crash? We did crash. This is insane. Panic, implement code param value parsing in meme, but it should not be part of the string. Since when are those quotes part of the string, man? Oh, no, wait. That's the point. We are not triggering the panic, right? We are not triggering the panic. We are triggering the out of bounds. Right. We're accessing index there, 0, and it is out of bounds. I guess it's just a matter of checking this then. If the code point position is within input is blah, 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 then continue. What does the algorithm say to do there? There. If position is past the end of input, then break. Where's my break? Here we break. Yes, I have 6 before 5 because of how I'm structuring things. And to be fair, these changes can be source of issues, obviously, but also doing things in the same order as the spec sometimes is source of issues. So if position is not past the end of the input, then advance position by 1. This keeps the equal sign. If the code point at position within input is semicolon, then continue. Let's read here. If position is not past the end of input, then if we're on a semicolon, we continue. Otherwise, we advance position by 1. If position is past the end of input, then we break. So the point is that we want to do the break. The problem is that the problem is that separator index could already be out of bounds. So I guess we kind of have to do it twice, basically. Like this. The problem is that we have already resliced. It's kind of like this. I think that the spec is bad in that regard. No, we're still panicking. Start index 5 is larger than end index 1. $410. At 410. Oh, okay, so we started doing this. Oh, because this is next semi. Yeah. There we go. Invalid value for attribute. Empty mean parameter name. Yeah, I don't have support for escapes yet, so... Okay, so we do have something, though. This is better than nothing. Okay, we kind of almost survived meme parsing. Not all of it, but we did survive some of it. This stuff is crazy. Okay, I think this is it for me, man. It's 8:30. Jesus Christ, what a pain in the ass. I'll think about my life choices. That's what I'll do tonight. That's for sure. It should not be this bad. It's really surprising that it can be this bad. In any case, the thing that we're missing here depends on another feature that we're missing. Yeah, I have a green screen that you can see some of. Unfortunately, it's because it's a very low light situation right now. I have all lights turned off and only my screens are lighting my face, and they do have a green component. This is light that has a green component in it. So, and that's causing the thing to show through. Any case, so this can be fixed, but it requires another set of features that we don't have. I'm gonna add it, I guess, here at the bottom. Attribute escapes. That's gonna be a big thing. Holy shit, that we're missing. So we're gonna need those. Okay. So thank you all, and I think I'll see you next time. Let me see if there's anybody that I should raid. I'll send you to Lucem Tenebras. Enjoy. Do you escape in non-attributes? I don't know what you mean. But so I have in the tokenizer knowledge of HTML entities, but I don't decode them while reading attributes. So I won't be able to recognize, for example, that a quote that you have like ampersand quote or whatever the name is of that thing and turn that into an actual quote. And I should. That's a piece of functionality that is missing. But I do parse those escapes correctly. So we have some of the functionality. We don't have all of it. See you.